Hi everybody. It's okay. We made it without any technical issues. How's everybody doing tonight? Hey Siphon, Bill, Sora, Nid, Mulio, Rose, Skeleton. Hi everybody. Yeah, how are y'all doing? I did have a good day. Fairly busy, so I had to start late, but important thing is that we made it. And and we're here to do some uh weird medical horror. Hi Rose. So yeah, the I'm gonna try to explain this briefly. It's a little bit of a strange concept, but okay. This was sent to me um by our good buddy Cobalt Strike. I don't know if are you here on chats? Oh, she's going to bed. Okay. Uh, yeah, this idea was suggested by a friend of the show, uh, frequent watcher, Cobalt Strike. As a part of a little art trade, Cobalt's going to do an emote for the channel. And in exchange, I'm going to do an idea that she suggested. So, she brought out something that I found really interesting. It's this fringe neuroscience theory that probably no sane scientist believes, but that sounds really interesting. You might have heard how mitochondria, right, in the cells, you know, the powerhouses, those, were originally a separate cell that was eaten by a bigger cell and kept alive to serve a function, right? So the mitochondria did, like, you know, had this like special way of getting energy. And oh, hold on, let's fill in the bean space. Here he is. Mitochondria had this special way of getting energy, so the other cells like integrated the mitochondria into themselves and, you know, started essentially using them. And that's where all multicellular life comes from. We all have mitochondria thanks to this one weird accident where two cells got combined. We're not one being, but several. What if the nervous system, the central nervous system for all vertebrates, what if that was a parasite, a separate being from the rest of you? There are some like hints that point towards this, like, you know, that this theory points to, such as the brain getting like a huge percentage of your body's calories basically for free, getting its own protective sheath, and getting excluded from your circulation and your immune system, right? So the immune system through the blood-brain barrier, you've probably heard that term. You know, there's essentially a limit that separates the blood and the nervous system, the nervous tissue, that only lets like certain things go through, doesn't let the immune system go through to a large extent. You know, it's sort of like an immuno-privileged space, which is interesting. It feels like, you know, why is it separate from the rest of the body in certain ways? So obviously this theory is it's always a bunk. Like it obviously the brain is part of the body. It has all these separations on these things for various reasons that are you know the brain is like it's the thing like taking control of all the body. So it makes sense to protect it and to give it like a little bit of privilege in regards to your organs. But it makes for an interesting theory, right? Your brain is essentially a parasite that has taken over like a different body and is controlling it through the nervous system. weird thing, but so fun for a horror concept, isn't it? I don't know. Was that understandable? It's kind of a slightly tough one to put into words. I'm definitely gonna have trouble like putting that into like a short bit of text, but I'll try my darndest. Love me some pseudoscience. Good old pseudoscience. Oh, Kobold, you made it. Won't stay long because it's late. Couldn't get into the new one. That's for your sombrero. Oh, hi Kobold. Hi sombrero. Your brain is more radioactive than a microwave? Really? Doesn't sound right. So, yeah, essentially, this is a niche and very fringe sort of theory that makes for good horror. The biggest question is, how do you take that, like, fun tidbit, like that, this fun concept, and just put it into sort of evocative image, and maybe use this, you know, our my powers of evil to, you know, like add some sort of like maybe proof to this theory. Maybe the text is going to go like, oh, you know, there's this kind of bunk neuroscience theory that claims that the brain is like an ancient parasite that, you know, has taken over all vertebrates. And it's like, oh, isn't this theory silly? But there's this one thing that supports it. And, you know, my idea is someone's brain being exposed. So, you know, like imagine like a surgery and their brain is being exposed and it's trying to like escape. Like it's trying to get away. I don't know exactly what that looks like. How does the brain escape the skull, right? It's on its own. How to make that into a fun image. The other version of it is like a way more weird and surreal, but it's like the nervous system crawling around on its own on just a wet corridor or something. So those are two possibilities. I don't know what to go for yet. I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts. Just a grumpy nerd, thank you for the follow. Can't think of anything remotely similar to this when it comes to art. I'm out here breaking weird new ground, I guess. I love it so much in the same way that you love a 20-year-old early cranky chihuahua. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, it's like a little bit of crank theory, but that has some like fun like world building implications. Like it's obviously it's not real, but if it were, how fun would that be? Like the entire concept of chordates. The chordates is, you know, the every vertebrate is part of chordates, right? It's like the ancient lineage that every single vertebrate comes from. Chordates means that they have a cord inside, which is the early like central nervous system. So, you know, it's a cord of a nervous like early nervous tissue that goes through the back from the head to the tail and controls things. At first, it's more of a distributed thing. Slowly, it starts like accumulating in the brain as like organisms get more complex. But at first, it's like just a single noodle of nervous tissue that's sort of controlling things. So you still see this in like simpler, like sea slugs, worms, that sort of thing, that have simpler nervous systems. But yeah, it's interesting to just like think about this sort of What if the chordate, the cord that makes the chordate is just like some weird little worm that got into another, like a slug, like millions of years ago. Many millions. Parasites are actually the most intelligent species. I mean, parasites are, I don't know if intelligent, because parasites don't usually need a ton of intelligence. And parasites lose anything that's not, like, parasites de-evolve a lot of things that their ancestors evolved. A lot of the time, they kind of become blobs, because they don't need to be anything other than blobs. All complexity is superfluous. You're not getting your own resources, so you don't need like legs to get your resources. You just need to become blob. It's very interesting from the evolutionary standpoint. But in this specific case, if the nervous system was the parasite, it does have an interest in becoming smarter. Brains could be cephalopods. I don't think they would be like specific animals. I think they're like, it's such an early thing in the evolution of life that they're not like anything we know. They're just like an ancient lineage of like little worm. Tunicates are so wacky, yes. Let's show people. These bad boys. Hold on. Check out this guy. That's top tier guy. That's our cousin evolutionarily. Like, we're closer to these guys than to bugs. Chordates, right there. They're just like us, aren't they? Very distant cousins, but cousins nonetheless. Gotta appreciate all the extended family. Lost ability to see? No, the eyes are part of the nervous system. So the eyes are actually the parasites. What if the brainstem is the original brain? Everything, like the entire nervous system, would be the parasite in this theory. So not only like the brain, like the higher functions of the brain, but all of it, like the spinal cord, and possibly like the peripheral nervous system as well, at least some of it. But if you've ever seen those pictures of like the entire nervous system that's been desiccated from a body, that's the parasite. Hold on. This. That's the parasite right there, in the human's case. Or this. That's like what's within you, controlling you. It's not within you controlling you, because if you're listening to me with your ears, with your brain, you are the parasite. So we are that's controlling like a fleshy exoskeleton made out of something different. That would be the theory. And that would be the worm. No, not bean. Right above. That would be the worm. Bean, you're also a worm, but in a more silly way. This is literally so mean. Chordates evolves to take better care of the parasites. Yeah, they basically, the parasites took over, and the chordates like needed them. It would technically be like symbiosis, but you know, parasite is more fun. You joined late? No, we're early. No worries. This conversation reminds me of the horsehair worms. Oh yeah, horsehair worms are so creepy. Hi, Bean. Do you want to jump on? Hello, little man. Hmm. So yeah, that's the basic gist of the theory. So I'm imagining like this attempting to leave the body. I don't know exactly. Like, I want to figure out what the justification for it would be. Like the body is dying, and if you give the parasites, aka the nervous system, the chance, it will try to escape as a sort of ancient reflex that it still hasn't lost. So it'll try to like wriggle, not anywhere specific, but it'll like wriggle on its own, as if it were trying to escape. Obviously, it's so intertwined with our body that it can't really like, you can't pull this out of a person realistically, but I think that might be the idea. When you would, I think what we really need to figure out is how to make that into an image that looks fun, or fun, I mean horrifying. You know what I mean. And the end of their life cycle, they pupate. No, because that would be too speculative biology. It has to be something that is in the real world, right? Like, it has to be explainable with all our current scientific knowledge. It's like, oh, this bunk theory is true because of this. So we can't like make up new stuff, like the brain pupating, as fun as that would be. Every vertebrate species, Bill. Every chordate, even. Everything with that nervous system. Anxiety is a nervous system trying to escape before you die. I love that. Bean is so precious, isn't he? Yes, you are, little man. Yes, you are. Ooh, yeah. The kisser. Although I have had this idea that I think could be paired with this. Like, it's a similar one that I've been thinking about for a bit. There's another theory, and this was not as bunk. It's a theory that was pretty much accepted, though nowadays it's more up for debate. But this theory says that I think we're talking about chordates again, like every vertebrate descends from a larva. Basically, you know how there's a lot of species of, jellyfish are a great example. They have two parts of their life cycle. The first one you know about is the jellyfish, but the second one is like sessile, right? So it's stuck to the ground, and that's when it like multiplies and generates more of itself that then become jellyfish. So it'll go through this cycle where it goes like mobile and stuck to the ground, mobile, stuck to the ground, right? So the ancestor of all chordates was Pretty likely, we don't know for sure, so it's a theory, but the ancestor of all chordates was a species like this one that had a sessile and a mobile form. The mobile form being the larva. So imagine like a tiny little larva, kind of like a little tadpole, right? That would swim around, find a new place, and kind of set up there in the new place and become like its final sessile form. Just like what we talked about before. Hold on. Where are they? The tunicates. So they would become something like this, our cousins. But at some point, through some genetic error, some members of this species got stuck in their larval form. So the larva was the one that had the cord in it. That's where the chordates comes from. That's where, the nervous system and everything comes from. What if, if we are like ancient, in this very ancient way, we are larvae of something like sessile and stuck to the ground, something like that. What if that gene, those like ancient super dormant genes still existed and somehow got reactivated? Imagine if you suddenly like metamorphose into a mindless tube stuck to the ground. Isn't that just awful body horror? I love that idea. It's been bouncing around my brain for a while. And I think it's tied to this, what we're doing today, as in they're both like sort of like bad interpretations of science, but in a fun way. Reincarnation theory, just remembering different hosts the parasite had. I mean, in this case, it would be one host per parasite, one parasite per host. You sort of like, you're born with it and you die with it. So inextricably linked together. Also, hi Mechtel. The topic is Bean. Look at him. Look at his eyes. Hi, Suzo. Right. I'm glad you agree, Kobold. Found a nest of baby bunnies? What? Incredible finds. He's so affectionate. He's like this all the time. Like he doesn't play it up on stream. He's like this like constantly. Isn't that right, Bean? He's the baby of all time. Sammy's cats are actually considered albino. Yeah, it's like a partial albinism, I guess, because it's like albino but controlled by temperature. If you guys didn't know, kitty cats with the Siamese gene. So not only Siamese cats, but like other cats that have this coloration, which is called color points, where the tips of the legs, the face, the ears, and the tail are black or some other color, and the rest is white or becomes white as it gets closer to the center of the body. That is a gene that essentially is an albinism gene that destroys melatonin, but only activates at higher temperatures. So when the temperature is cold, like in the ears, the color is unimpeded, like the melanin develops right, while in the center of the body, the melanin gets broken down so that they become white in those areas. And they also have blue eyes, these cats, because inside of their eyes, their iris also gets affected by this gene. And he's so beautiful for it, isn't he? So they're heat maps of themselves. If you shave, let's say the white part here, if we shave this area of the kitty cats, I won't do it, don't worry. The new fur, like the first fur that pops up, would actually be black because this area would be like unprotected. So it would actually be colder than the surrounding area. So it would be the patch that you shaved off would first grow back dark, and then, you know, as the first coat grows, like the second one will grow again white. Or Beanie's not fully white, so he doesn't have like the strongest Siamese gene or color point gene. He has sort of a milder one. That's why he's mostly brown all over, except for the tummy and this. Do not shave the bean. I will not the bean. Don't worry. It's just for demonstration purposes. Just a theoretical exercise in bean shaving. His belly has a white spot. Yes, right around the belly button. So I assume like there's like some weird like the belly button maybe has like higher temperature. So there's like a tuft of white hair there. He's totally fine with being held anyway. Like the only way he doesn't love being held is with like facing up. He tolerates it, but sometimes he'll get annoyed and try to turn around. But yeah, you can do anything with him as long as you're giving him attention. He's so thankful for it. Look at him. Oh, little hug. Bean, we're talking about bean anatomy or bean genes. How are your bean genes going? I love that, you know, his face. You can see the shape of his mouth, because the upper part is black and this part is like a little bit brown. It's like let's get a close up on that bean. I love that. His little chin. He has a chubby little chin. It's so cute. Isn't that right? Lucas? Thank you. So you can appreciate his color better now. You can see his bald spots. That's not color points. Those are bald spots. All cats have that. They're actually to sense temperature, as far as I know. Ooh, yeah. He is so cute. I tell him like literally every few minutes. He has to know. He has to know. He's the most precious boy in the world. The chin like under the mouth here. That's his favorite spots. He'll go crazy for that. He'll stop anything he's doing to receive the chin scratches. Let's give him a treat. He deserves it for staying so still and being so nice during this demonstration. Isn't that right, Bean? You hear that tiny whistle I did? I don't know if the mic picks it up. That's what my sign that a treat is coming. Ooh, let's get crunch mode on. So you'll hear background noise, but that's so you can hear the crunch better. Let's get the mic up close. Bean, here's your crunchy. That was it. That was a good crunch. Thank you, Bean. That was a good crunch. But I think we can do better. I think we can do better crunch, right? Let's try a second one. Let's see if we can get a better crunch this time. That was a chunkier crunch. Very good, Bean. Good job. You wanna go? You wanna go? Oh. Okay, let's remove crunch mode. And get my camera back. There we go. He deserves a treat for being. Exactly. He's gonna drool. He didn't drool too much this time. But yeah, the last time I did this, I tend to put my hand under on the JPEG. I tend to put my hand like under his mouth because sometimes if he's like on my shoulders, if he doesn't get like really good leverage of the treat, he might drop it. So, I'll put my hand to catch it. And the other day, he just drooled all over my hand when I gave him a treat. No beans lover. Aww. Is there food Bean goes crazy for? Several. Pickles, or the juice from pickles. I've never tried giving the actual pickles, though. Next time I get them, I will. And dried squid meat with spicy powder on it. Yeah, like actually really spicy, like I guess like cured squid. He goes bananas for that. Also, just like in general, in terms of like human foods, it's that and any sort of charcuterie, like charcuterie. How do you call that? Like hams and stuff that he loves. And just tuna cans. That's a classic. Pickle juice is so good, yes. That was such a discovery. He's a freak for extreme flavors, yeah. He's got to experiment with the strange flavors. Should see if you like sour candy? Damn. You gotta hook him on the candies. Your cats will drool violently when petted. Aww. They just have squids in my fridge. They're not in my fridge, they're preserved, so they can just be out in the cupboard. I think I might have some. If I do bathroom break later, I'll check if we have some squid bits for the Bean. You like squid bits? Oh yes, you do. Hold on. Let's get the other Bean can. There he goes. Still trying to get the treat dust off my fingers. There's no treat dust, but he's trying his hardest. Fun fact, dried squid is extremely close to human flesh and texture. You're lying. I don't think so. I will. He is very well behaved. He barely ever causes any trouble. And if he does, he's just trying to like, eat a pen. So it's nothing crazy. He'll sometimes like to like move his water around the little like we now have a little kitty fountain for him because he likes moving water better, like flowing water. But when you give him like just a still plate of water, he'll just start moving it around and make a mess. Start like, I guess he's just checking if it's still water. I don't know why he does it, but he'll start moving it around to the point where I have the old water thing is like I don't think I can show it. It's right back there, and I had to put like some sticky tack, whatever you call that, to hold it on the ground, because otherwise he'll do that. Oh, hold on, we got Bean Cam, the other one. You can't bend your lamp? Have to fix the handle on the A mug. Oh no!
And
It
what
sucks.
is the closest in taste?
Supposedly, yeah, cats apparently can't see very well very up close. They use their whiskers for the, up close sensation. So if you ever play with a cat, if you like put the toy like too close to them, they will often not see it, even though it might just be in front of them, because they just don't have like really good focus because of their eyes being so big. I think, yeah, they just can't focus very well on things that are up close. They do have really good vision from like the middle distance, which is, I guess, it's what you need when you're like chasing a rat or something. It's not like right in front of you until you get it. So the important thing is that you can see it from afar way better. So if you're playing with kitties, you confuse them, make the toy go like right next to them, and then pull it away. Your Maine Coons will scoop the water out, like with their hands. I love that. Gremlins. A word in Spanish. A whisker is bigote, which is also mustache. Same word. So it's funny because it's the same word that you use for whisker and mustache. So you can say things like, cats have a mustache like behind their arms, because they do. If you check, I won't bother Bean right now.
What are we doing today anyway?
I'll explain. If you check on cats, like right behind here, they have one or a few long whisker-like hairs. They're just whiskers, just like the ones they have on their face, and they give them like better, sensation over that area, since it's kind of a blind spot. So in Spanish, you would say they have a mustache under their arm. Can you spell it? I will spell it in chat. Bigote. Or bigotes, plural. Same in Russian. I guess it makes sense. It's like it's a natural analog to make, right? Interesting fact: Bean does not care about laser pointers. You can do the laser pointer thing. He might like be slightly interested in it, but he'll quickly figure out that it's you who's moving the laser pointer, and he'll just start looking at your hand. So he's just interested in like the moving object on its own. He doesn't really care about the moving bit of light. He's too smart for that. He's too smart. He figured it out really quickly. Too smart for the lasers. But Toothbrush loves that stuff. Toothbrush is his favorite toy. Vibrise. Yes, vibrisas. Fancy word for whiskers, yes. Yes, laser eyes, exactly. Anyway, let me re-explain for the folks who've been joining me while I was just talking about cats. Today's topic, briefly, what if, and there's a kind of a very fringe bunk pseudoscience theory about neuroscience. But what if your brain and your entire nervous system was not yours, but a parasite that very early on in evolution got into, imagine like a little worm that got into a larger worm and started controlling it. And that slowly became the nervous system. And there are like the clues that point us towards this being true, which it isn't, but it's playing my world here, is that the nervous system is separated from the body in several interesting ways. First of all, it has its own bone covering, like it has a separation, like a physical protection that the rest of the body doesn't really get as much. and the cranium and the spinal cord, and the spine itself, the spinal cord is what's inside. Not only that, it also gets protection from the blood. There's a thing you've probably heard called the blood-brain barrier that separates everything that comes in through the blood, sort of gets filtered as it passes into the nervous system, which also makes it a barrier immunologically. It makes the nervous system sort of an immunologically privileged tissue, which it means it's a little bit separate from the immune system. Not fully, but it just has like different relation with the immune system, where it doesn't like get targeted as much. And if it does, if you break that blood-brain barrier, it can lead to autoimmune things sometimes. So just like some interesting clues. Also the fact that the brain uses up an enormous amount of calories. Not only the brain, but the nervous system in general, not only in humans, but in other animals, just per tissue, per gram of tissue, uses up a ton of calories, which kind of feels like, this thing is siphoning away a good chunk of the resources of the body. So the theory is it's not fully ours. It's a separate being that long ago in our evolutionary history kind of invaded the body of a different creature and evolved along with it. So it's kind of inseparable from it, but it is taking control. So right now, you and I are all like a brain and some eyes and a bunch of nerves that are puppeting the muscles of a different thing around. A different thing who's being completely nurtured, doesn't have any like intelligence or anything. It's a meat suit. That's the gist of it. I'm crisp again, just like that. And we got googly eyes. I have an empty document. I'll drop them in soon. Technically, your nervous system would be yours. Yeah, technically, we are the parasites. So we are the ones talking and communicating through the meat suit. A nervous worm piloting a meat mech. Exactly. So that's the gist. The question is how to turn that into like one, maybe a small sequence if that like will explain it better, but how to turn that into a visual that will sort of explain this theory and maybe like just through Photoshop give some further evidence to this theory being real. And obviously, I think like the thing that makes the most sense is the nervous system like wriggling on its own and sort of trying to escape maybe like a dying host as a sort of reflex, really ancient reflex from back when it was a free-roaming parasite. Have a good sleep, Tommy. I'll show you what I got after the stream. What would the person be thinking in that scenario? Like the brain, the parasites? I think in case of a human, the human part of it would probably just be incredibly confused. Because I don't think it would be consciously doing this. There's a really basal instinct of this life form. And it's a life form that doesn't realize it's a life form, right? It doesn't realize it's separate from the body. So if it tries to wriggle out, the brain inside is really confused. Also, it dies out like incredibly quickly because the brain needs the rest of the body to give it, to nurture it. It can't exist without the body. They're inextricably linked. But maybe through this, uh, just like instinct right around death, the brain just like tries to wriggle and escape. And it's not like, you know, doesn't tell you exactly what if the brain was separate and alive and, you know, a separate being from the rest of the body. But it's sort of like, oh, this points towards the theory being real. It's like, oh, here's supporting evidence. Rather than here's just like, here's a genetic test, which isn't as fun. Stephanie Meyer's novel Host. Not familiar. Tell me about it. The parasite forgets it's a parasite. Yeah, it never really had the consciousness of being a parasite. It was a simple worm that started piloting another simple worm. They evolved together throughout millions of years. But in the code and in the genes for that parasite worm, it's still like there's still some like really old instincts that are left over. It was but a simple worm. Twilight Lady wrote about an alien invasion where these sick little worm creatures essentially piloted human bodies and die quickly outside of the body. Interesting, yeah. Create a utopian society where they override their hosts' minds and wills. I had no idea Stephanie Meyer did this sort of thing. But yeah, kind of like, what if that was real and also humans already were that? There's a love triangle, so it can be in a YA section, of course. Okay. Let's get into the meat of things. Pun intended. First of all, we have googly eyes. For now, they're just floating. Because first, we just gotta figure out what this is gonna look like. So I guess my first instinct, my first idea, is to have the back of a person's head. Right? So I have the neck, and they're kind of bent forwards. I'm thinking like this, right? A person that bent forwards with sort of a dead expression, and from the back, the brain is just like wriggling out. So like, you know, imagine what's the size of the brain, more or less like this. How is it escaping is a thing. Like, cat really doesn't have the strength to break through the that's the optical nerves, and you know, we'd have nerves like coming down from here too, and little things hanging from like the olfactory nerves and stuff. But yeah, it's just this kind of gross stringy thing that's trying to escape the body. Hey Oda, you can't miss a single second of Bean. He's the most important thing in this stream. Oh yeah, that's true. Definitely no eyes because they're being popped out. They're like in the back there. So the eyes would be sockets, or they would be torn, more likely. But you know. Finally get to see the inside of my skull. Dream come true. So yeah, as usual, I don't love doing like very bloody body horror. So this sort of angle would allow for something that is fairly bloodless, which is makes it a good option. Another option is to have the nervous system like on the floor. And it's wriggling about like a little worm. But it's a still image, so it's not like, you know, most of the nerves are torn because you can't fully separate them from the body in one yank, but you can imagine like a little puddle or something. And this thing is just like wriggling. Thing is how to show that movement. I mean, I guess like movement blur. It has to be clear that this thing is escaping. The eyes would be here too. Those are, I think, the best two options. This one feels biologically really difficult. Like, how the hell did the brain pop out of solid bone?
The brain should squeeze out of the mouse.
We're getting to the same problem. How the hell did it pop through bone? Doesn't matter the side it came through. It has to escape the skull, which is kind of a trap. You know, those beautiful iridescent ocean worms. Oh, I should show you a book I got. Because that's some critters. Yeah. Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get through a fun book with interesting animals that I found. I didn't find it. My partner bought it. I didn't really look at it at first, but I found it really fun. I discovered it the other day. And also get squid bits if there are squid bits. So this is a supply run. Be right back. Did Bean do anything weird? I got the squid bits. I have a cute little squid in a bow tie on the front. Look at that. Gonna get one for myself. And look at Bean. He's getting... Ooh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let's look at the Bean. Let's do a Bean cam here. Yeah, that's my boy. I'm gonna give him... hold on. Chill. Loves the squid bits. Reminder, they're spicy. They're not just a little spicy. They're like decently spicy. They're really good. It's like squid jerky. If you've never had that. Yeah, it's usually an Asian product, so you'll find it in like Asian markets if you're interested in trying this. Bean is definitely interested. If you do get this sort of thing, and this is what it looks like, right? It's like stringy. Oh, wait. It's like stringy bits like this. Yeah, if you do get some and you got a cat, give one to your cat, see if they like it. He's going crazy. See, I told you guys, he goes bananas for this stuff. Okay. You can have the dust. The dust is straight up just spicy dust. He's very spoiled, yeah. Okay. Bean, I'm gonna have to hide this because otherwise you will not stop thinking about it. But you might have some squid bits later on in the stream. If you behave. Yep. This is the other thing I brought. A book about fish. Ha. Marine biodiversity in the Canary Islands. Look at this. Look at this tome. It's beautiful and it's fully illustrated. Look at this. It's not only fish but birds and others. A lot of these are illustrations, others are photos, but it essentially includes like a list of species you can find of, I don't know, fish, obviously, but also like cetaceans, birds, mollusks. You get crabs, and I wanted to show you a guy that I really liked in the crab section. Where's the crab section? Because apparently these guys are really common over here. And I got this. Oh, my partner, I should say, my partner got this because she's been learning how to dive. She's been going to like dive courses. And, you know, this sort of book is just like useful stuff to know about like the animals that you find when scuba diving. Roland, thank you for the follow. Bean is interested in the book. You gotta try to feed your friends cats. Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, we got false crabs. This is an example of carcinization. These are not crabs, they're lobsters. Lobsters that lost their tail and became crab-like in appearance. So they're false crabs. They're an example of carcinization. But there is a crab that I really enjoy, and his name is the arrow crab. Oh, look at him. Look at this. Look at this thing. Why does that exist? It's typically called spider crab here, but it's a different, you know, spider crab, cangrejo araña, or arrow crab, cangrejo flecha. I know spider crabs typically are the bigger ones with like the really long legs. So it's like another one that's called a similar name, though they're quite different. These guys are quite small, and they live in not coral reefs, anemones, like these sorts of anemones. Here's one. They're little guys, and they have a really big nose, and I love them very much. They're weevils to me. They are weevils to me. Kinda. I mean, they're weevil-like. They get the title of honorary weevils. And seeing this kind of stuff makes me want to scuba dive, but I'm a little scared of it still, because at time I did it with like an instructor and stuff. It was a kind of a one-time class where you're just like testing and seeing if you like it. And I had a panic attack and felt like I was drowning. It was a bit scary, so I didn't go forward with it. My partner did though, and she really loves it. But yeah, this is really cool. I love the weird fishes. I could go on, but I wanted to show you the arrow crab because they're beautiful and they're weird. And there's also a weird type of, where is this? Weird type of dolphin that has tusks. If I find it, I'll show you. Yes, the Blainville's beaked whale. You'll see the drawing here, and you'll be like, what the hell is going on their face? I'll show you on Google. I'll show you. Oh, other bean cam. Okay, so the Blainville's beaked whales. The females look like this. Just like weird mouth shape. The males, though, they have teeth that poke out through the top of their jaws like that. And they look like just two weird horns. They're so strange. I love them. Like they just look like this. They're tiny little horns. They're little devils. Fish wants me, people fear me shirt. Dragon dolphin, right? They're so strange. Like, everybody knows about narwhals, which are weird and strange and body horror on their own, but these guys, they should be more well known, honestly. They have such a strange face. Like, just looking at the sides, the profile for the males, it takes like a while to figure out what the hell's going on. Hey, Boris. What are these horned dolphins called? Blainville's beaked whale. I will copy that in chat. They should have a more fun name. Like, Blainville, I'm sure he was a great person, but they should have a more interesting name. I don't like things being named after people. Could just be the beaked whale. I'd be down for that. Although, it's not really a beak, right? I would call it the horny dolphin. That's my proposal. Take it or leave it. Anyway, go back to Photoshop, shall we? Yes, Mechtel. Mechtel, you and I, we think the same. What do Blainville's beaked whales do? Their best.
Yeah, la www. Blainville-hevia whales.
Okay. Let's get back into topic. What do you guys prefer? This one, number 1, or number 2? What do you think is more interesting visually and shows the concept better of the brain is a parasite that will escape your body if provoked? Like to, but I don't know if it'll be as clear. I mean, that's our job to make. We can have the body lying down somewhere, so it's clear that it's escaping the body. Like maybe it's like out of frame, face down, and kind of sort of in the shadow, so we can't really see detail. I don't want gore, right? It's not. I don't want something bloody and gory, but it can just be like a shape in the foreground that lets you know, like, oh yeah, it's escaping a body. All snacked out and snoozing. He's gotten so many treats today. Should be counted lucky. He's worked so hard. Have you seen him kneading before? Incredible work. Yeah, and I think that the most important thing with this one is that we gotta show movements. Because on its own, this could just be like, oh, you know, it's been separated and there's just lying on the ground. But it's gotta have like some movement blur that shows you that's this thing be scurrying. Family Guy death pose. So yeah, something that scurries. And okay, I think we're gonna go with 2. I think that's the most popular one, right? Okay. Set up a hospital corridor. Like the floor is like slick white tile floor. Might be best. It sort of implies, you know, we don't have to fully tell the story of this one patient, but it sort of implies that it's a person who died in the hospital without having to go into it. Yamcha pose with a crater. Even more fucked up when it becomes a Polaroid. You're thinking ahead, Mechtel. You're already thinking about the Patreon. You're so smart. Sending out Patreon stuff, by the way. It is a lot to put together, but you know what actually took a lot of time? Shuffling these cards. These cards, the Patreon cards, they come in like how many different designs? I forget now. 75 designs, right? They will all, like, when they were printed in order. They were given to me in order. So how do you shuffle? Big question. How do you shuffle 1,000 cards? More than 1,000. I don't recall the exact number. Let's just say 1,000 to round up. But how do you shuffle a pile of 1,000 cards to make sure that everything's like distributed evenly? And since they were ordered when they were given to me, they were ordered by rarities too, so all the rare ones were next to each other, and all the common ones that were next to each other. So yeah, that was quite a thing. It ended up taking me like half a day just to shuffle these correctly and to figure out a good way of doing it. I basically just made a ton of piles, and I would just take one of them and just deal the cards in each of these piles in order. Then when I was done with that pile, I would pick up another one. I would just do this over and over until it felt even. And I just took a chunk of the unsent ones, the ones that I still haven't packed up. We're just gonna check if they're all different. Let's hope so. Right. Looks like there are no repeats. Oh, there are two really similar ones close to each other. So it's still not perfect. But at least for this first thing, I make sure that within the pack there are no like repeats, so you don't get like 2 of the same one in your first package. Yeah. Quite a thing to put together. Yeah. Is it one you get unique or do you get duplicates? It's random, so every card pack you get has random cards. They went from like different rarities. So there are common, uncommon, rare, and secret cards in order of rarity. The basically you will get a random assortment. I try to make sure that within the pack that you get individually, you won't get any repeats, but within different packs, you have a chance of getting repeats. That said, there is, if you play the game, like if you use the rule set for the game, there are specific rules for the for getting repeat cards. So let's say you're playing with friends on the competitive mode and a friend plays a card that you got in your hand as well. what you can do is play yours on top and essentially like hijack their prompts and take it over. So you get to like play more cards. It's actually an advantage to have the same card as someone else, which, you know, makes it a bit more interesting gameplay wise. Anyway, we're doing this. Let's try to find a hospital corridor, maybe? Something like that. That's the vibe. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. That's good. And I'm thinking something like fairly dark, no natural lighting. And I think it would be good if it was like also fairly close to the ground. The method for shuffling, I have the method I mentioned of like splitting it up in a bunch of piles and then randomly dealing them to these piles. That is a method a friend of mine who plays Magic uses to like shuffle things well. So that's why I went for that. There might be better methods. I didn't really research them. What about hospital floor? Might get different. Oh. Really close to the ground, but this might be a fun vibe. Like maybe we get the face of the deceased person with no eyes sort of here in the corner, and there is the nervous system escaping. Seven stacks. I did a random number of stacks, but close enough, hopefully. I assume that there's probably a statistically ideal method of doing it. I just kind of winged it. And it more or less worked. Like, you don't get a lot of repeats. My most important issue is not necessarily the repeats, but how often you get rare cards. Like, I didn't want the rare cards to be all in the same area. So one patron will get like a pack of like 5 rare cards and 3 uncommon ones, and the other person will get all common. Ideally per pack you'll get like, you know, a good mix statistically of more and less common cards. Depends on your luck. I'm not checking like specifically per person what they get, because otherwise it just gets crazy. One of the reasons I switched to this system is when I did stickers on the Patreon, it's I tried to do it like non-randomly so that everybody would get all the stickers like randomly, but in like with no repeats. So I had to keep track of every Patreon, every sticker I had given them. And after a while, it was just a nightmare Excel sheet. It's like this is not worth it. The headaches. Oh, this one's pretty good too. The lighting is good. You know how you can make this really fucked up? Yeah, medical professional in the back acting poorly. I mean, medical professional or not, if you saw a nervous system crawling around on the floor, I don't think any amount of medical training could prepare you for that. To be honest. the same sticker every month. Yeah, but if I did that, I would have to print just an enormous amount of stickers to have stock for everything. So if I gave them out randomly and I just checked that I didn't give that person that one already, I could just print the entire sticker sheet and I didn't have to like print it in like enormous amounts just once, and instead I could just print it out over time in appropriate amounts, if that makes sense. Percat, thank you so much for the follow. I mean, I feel like it could also be like any sort of wet floor, so it doesn't have to necessarily be a hospital, but I think a hospital makes the most sense for this setup here. That said, like I think this one's pretty much ideal just because of the angle. We get a lot closer to the nervous system itself. That said, it's a vertical image. So I think I'm going to crop this one vertically. Let's see what we can do with this. So we're going to transform, rotate this 90 degrees. Then we're going to take, wait, did I? Oh, I rotated the layer. I was on the wrong thing. I was like, that doesn't look right. Rotate 90 degrees. Took me a second to figure it out too. Slow brain day. My Parasite is not really doing its job. So we're gonna get absolute size pixels. We're gonna drop the height down to 5,000 pixels so it matches the photo. The octopus, thank you so much for the follow. Gonna keep the googly eyes in frame. They're gonna be in the ceiling now. And now we figure out, okay, how do we want to set this up? And I think we have the dead person, kind of their silhouettes. Or, you know, not technically dead person, the meat mech that we inhabit. Let's just call it. Thanks, octopus. And then we have a sort of slithering nervous system that is trying to escape. It's not looking at us, right? It's doing its own thing. It's like, whoop, there I go. Off to find a new host. Or more likely, off to immediately die because I have no blood supply. But hey, I got 5 solid minutes to find a new host. Good luck to me. And there's a bunch of nerves that aren't really doing a lot. They're just kind of flopping there. Most of them are broken, but some of them are longer. And then some water pooling up. Maybe, actually, yeah, maybe not like a full puddle of water like this, but an actual like slick, like it's being dragged by this as it moves, which will give it a better sense of movement than just a pool, like a still pool like that. Obviously, this is going to get its own like movement blur and stuff because we got to really make sure that people know it's moving. It's not just lying on the floor. That's the vibe. Whenever you do anything, you get random bullshit go. I do that too sometimes, but when it's more of a complex subject that I'm going to have to build up many parts, like the nervous system here, I like to just like visualize it in my brain first. And since I don't have a great visualization in my brain, I like sketching it out like this first, and just like it lets you figure out like the perspective and stuff. Yeah, it's mostly the spinal fluid that's leaking. Thank you for the save reminder. Snail slime. I was thinking that too, but we'll see what we find because we need to find something decently clear to put on here. Yeah, this background does have a problem, which is it's pretty blurry next to the floor here. So we might have to figure something out here because, you know, I don't mind the face here being blurry because it's just a foreground element to make it give it a little context, but this should be decently clear so we see what the hell's going on. And right now it's sitting over a very blurry zone. Lostromia, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, I'll try to find like puddles or tracks, something like that that extends. We'll see what we find. Yeah, that said, the selective focus here is a bit annoying. If we get this, I would have to like maybe resketch it if I pulled it down, because then the perspective would be different, but sort of a similar thing from a lower angle. Maybe it's facing the side a little bit more so we can see the brain better. Because otherwise from this low of an angle, it's a lot harder to see what's going on. And we get little tendrils, mostly from this side, because we wouldn't see the other ones that much. And that way we get a lot more, like more of a focused subject, because in this case, it would just be blurry as hell. And it also looks too small because we're way too close to the floor here. So this might be better. I feel like I should maybe raise up the brain itself. It's like facing up a little bit. Hagfish slime. Great idea, but I don't think it's going to be possible to find usable images of that. Looks like a shark. I mean, my sketching skills are not great, but you'll see what it is. Okay, so this essentially makes it into a nearly square image. Let me just go all out and just make it a square. Oops, wrong tool. Does that work? I think that works. Okay, so that's more or less a guideline, but I'm still not sure about the exact shape. What we need to find is a good analog for nervous tissue, or directly nervous tissue, though I don't think we'll find good pictures of the central nervous system dissection. So like, I don't think we'll find good pictures like this that are usable, but you know, it's worth a try. So first of all, we're just gonna look for that. I am a little worried of looking on Wikimedia on stream, because if you look up anything anatomical, you will find dicks, and that is not really allowed on Twitch. So I will give it a try on Wikimedia without you guys seeing. I'll tell you if I find something good. Okay, nervous system. Just make bean cam big. No, I'll see you. I'll let you see the sketch. You guys can see that. Oh. Okay, I found some really quickly. It's not a human, but it's a cat, I think. I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's a cat. Poor thing. But look at this spine, though. That might be great for the spine texture. The brain is different, obviously. Different size, different shape. But might be a good one. So there might yet be hope. Let's see. I'll switch back here and keep looking. See what else we can find. There's also the same for a fish, but it's nearly not. It's not nearly as interesting. It actually looks a bit phallic. So don't get confused again, Twitch. Please don't ban me. I'll be nice. Okay, most of what I see on Wikimedia is just diagrams, which is what I expected to find. And a bunch of molecule diagrams, I guess. Neurotransmitters and that sort of thing. Some nice anatomical drawings. But they're drawings, not something we can really use. They could like serve as a base for sure, but not something we could use as like photo textures. There's a weird picture of a fish. No dicks yet. Pretty impressive. Impressive track record so far, Wikimedia. I was expecting a dick among the first 10 results. Lots of old medical photos. But yeah, no luck on Wikimedia with the search for nervous system. But maybe the search for spinal cord? Maybe? Oh, we got a dissection, and it's a human this time. I will also save this. It's pretty similar to the cats, though. It seems like it's from the same museum. We got some spare bits of spinal cord. I can show you this. Who wants to see some spare bits? Your brain worm, just imagine this Parasite as Hootie from Owl House. I love that you specify it's your brain worm. That's who's in charge. Although, like, would we call it a brain worm? Or is the brain worm just referred, like, when I refer to me, myself, I'm referring to the brain worm. When I refer to anything apart from the central nervous system in the body, that's my meat suit. Hey, Rito. We are turning the brain into a parasite. As you can see from the sketch, it's escaping currently. Trying to find good pictures of nervous system tissue that I can use. Mostly just the spine for now, because that's going to be the hardest. Like, there's definitely some good fake brains that I can use. Or even real brains if we get lucky. I'm on the lookout for brains. Yeah, no luck with spinal cord. There are desiccated brains on Wikimedia. Okay. Most of them are cuts, though. Instead of having the full thing one piece. Oh yeah, I think I also got some in some of my folders. You know, my organ folders. Full of organs. The Bone Museum. Ooh. A collection of spinal cords? They should send me pictures. People who would protest against using the human body as a puppet. That would be a fun idea. Although, you know, the brain cannot survive without the human body puppet, so that would be like advocating for self-destruction. So I don't think a lot of people would be into that. Are the folders organized? Ooh, baby, are they? Yeah. I got... here. Folders of different textures categorized in material. Paper, metallic, wood, animals, and skin. Ink, lens flares, grunge grain, you know, lots of different categories. I got one for the gross ones. Blood, guts, bones. The best folder. Just full of guts. Yeah, it's a skin folder. Everybody's got to have a skin and a guts folder. It's very important. And we got some blue brains. Ever seen some blue brains? Somebody who was treated with methylene blue, which is a medication, and it's also a tincture, so it actually like makes your brain blue. Which makes for a very interesting brain dissection, looks like. Also great textures, not the angle I'm looking for though. Let's see. I don't have a ton of brains actually in this folder. Well, I guess if we find any good brains today, I will download them to my folder. There's a really bad picture of human brains kind of from the side. This is not very good. It's actually like 3 pixels big. Sad. You know, it's something I recently became fairly afraid of. You guys know I use a lot of sources from US federal agencies for photos, right? They have their own photo banks on their websites and stuff. Well, now they're shutting all of them down, looks like, because of Trump's fucking and Elon Musk's fucking program. And yeah, that means possibly a lot of really valuable archives are gonna go down. So far, I haven't seen that happen, but it kind of feels like just waiting for the shoe to drop. I really hope they manage to keep them on. I also need the US government to function. I mean, I could still work without these sites, but they have, some of them have like super valuable pictures and like very specific topics. So I hopefully the Library of Congress is like well known enough that I hope it won't get like struck by any of this. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like a target for these people, but I really hope it isn't. Yeah, if the Library of Congress went down, that would be devastating for me and my work. But hope not. Yeah, there are other, like, you know, NASA has a good image archive that I use sometimes. But it would not be the end of the world in general if the NASA archive went down. But if I ever need like specifically space images, that's the place to go. So I still hope that, you know, through things like Wikimedia and Pickrel and other sites, like at least some versions of the images are preserved, even if the site goes down. But you never know. You might lose the full quality version, stuff like that. There's good people out there essentially catalog these sites. Yeah, I really hope like there's some good preservation efforts for a lot of these. Though I assume they'll be focusing on, you know, the actually important things like scientific research rather than photo archives. That's probably not like their biggest priority. Okay. Not a lot of luck with brains. Interestingly enough, we might get some good ones here, but they're going to be models. And I guess like weird 3D renders, but and walnuts. Okay. So we get stuff like this, which is useful, but it's clearly plastic, right? And you know, even the lighting is really good in this, but it's so clearly a model that I don't think you can really use it. This is a 3D render. I'm not expecting to find actual images of brains in a free stock photo sites, because those don't have gore. They don't have body parts like that. So yeah, that's why I went to look on Wikimedia first. Okay, I'm gonna go to Pickrel. Go look for brain. You know, honestly, even things like Wayback Machine, they don't really tend to save images very well, or the full versions of images, so it is still gonna be hard. That said, Pickrel is not working. This is awesome. Come on. Come on. You can do this. It is stuck. Oh. But if I update the search, nope. Okay, Pickrel's not gonna help today. So I guess we are stuck with Wikimedia. Oh, wait. Pickrel came through. Yeah, there might be something in here. Hold on, I'm gonna move this to my other screen. Ah, there we go. Okay, we got a lot of stock looking images, which is weird for Pickrel, but you know. We'll see if we find anything good. Oh man, if this one wasn't cut in half. Oh, that would have been so perfect. It can't be used as a base. Oh, what's this? Oh. What is that? Snood at 13th day of incubation. What's a snood? I assume it's just like a bird embryo, but I had no idea snood was a word. Feels made up. So that's a very specific thing to learn from a fashion mobile game. This is a dog's brain. Yeah, I was like, that doesn't look human. It's a dog's. Dang it.
A life is a life, almohadillas, no abortion is for all.
Snood abortion. Yeah, lots of diagrams. Mostly just diagrams. And why is it full of things like this? You don't usually find stuff like this on Pickrel. Did they add new sources? No, it's an old one from Pixabay. Okay. Brainstorming. Awesome. Graphic design is my passion. Snood is the fleshy bit on a turkey above the beak. Interesting. So I guess that was a turkey embryo. A close-up of a vase with flowers in it. Sure, buddy. That's I assume an animal brain due to the size of the eyes. Ha, you tricked me, mushroom. No luck with actual brains, though. It's all representation of brains. If it's actual brains as animals, and then just things that look like brains. What is Brian fucking Johnson doing here? What the hell? That's the guy who wants to stay alive forever and who's like injecting the blood of his own son into himself. Brain Johnson. Oh, it might have been an actual misspelling, yeah. Maybe he was doing something with his brain, but... Good photos, not human, though. Honestly, no luck. Kind of doubt that we'll find a good one. Although we get these sorts of models, but not one of the brain on its own. My Wiki Brains Achievement Medal. Awesome. Congrats on your medal, bro. Okay. No luck, honestly. What about like brain dissection? Like this? Okay, we got this one. That's a sheep brain. Cookie dough. Hello, little screamer. Weevil! Weevil. Yeah, no brain dissections, though. Only false alarm. What's up, Bean? You found a new pose? Yes, you did. Oh, hold on. Let me get this bad boy into frame. There we go. Yeah, so brains might actually be the hardest one to find. That might be kind of tough. I do have a good one of the spine from the dissections we found before. But just looking for, let me pull in the dissections here. These will work for the spine. Maybe this one might work better because it's like a cleaner dissection, even though it's cats. Sorry, Bean. No cats were hurt in the making this image. We got this. Hold on. Sorry. We got this one on the right here. Really good texture, but not the angle we need. It's so annoying. We got this file, comparative brain size, that has a Slowiak, which looks like a human. The angle is pretty good on this one, but the image is tiny. This is work in the public domain in the US. Okay. Source English version. There's no source. Okay. The original description? No. It's an old photo, 2009. it seems like the origin was sort of lost. Somebody translated this to Polish and the original got lost, so we only get this translation that's tiny. I mean, we don't know if the original is tiny or not. But at least Wikimedia has no trace of it. Okay. I'm thinking, considering the stuff that we got, our best bet is probably to just take one from a slightly different angle and try to make that work. So, here's my pitch. We got this something for the spine already. Did I pull it in? Yes. Gonna go into my guts folder. And that one blue brain that I showed you, this one, maybe even this one, might actually be really good. I know this one's blue, but colors can be changed. So yeah, that might be a good option. It's the closest one without really being exactly what we need. It is probably the closest. So, let's see. This one, I do like this one having all the little veins around it. Do your selection, Photoshop, please. Do your thing. Thank you. Okay. So I think this chunk should be included. There's a little bit of water under it, which might be good. It's not perfect, but I think we may be able to make that work. Let's see the blue one, which has a cut going through it because, you know, it's been cut, so I assume it was for the pathology, but we can definitely patch that out. Photoshop, you're not working today. Okay. That does it. Good. Can you give Ben some good scritches? Of course. Here's a long one. Oh, he's so sleepy. That's for Saturn, Bean. Oh, so the blue has a way better angle than the non-blue one. Dang it, that's annoying because it's one more step. But you gotta use what you can take. So we're just gonna have to unblue this really blue brain. By making it red. Oh, not like that. Okay. What about this color? That's the back of the brain. That right there is a cerebellum. Okay, that's not bad. It needs to be a bit more yellow, but we are working on a very blue tinted photo, so maybe not like fully yellow, but just a little bit more. Could need a bit of manual editing, but it's a good start. Okay, I think we're actually back on track with this. I did not think this layer would work, this element would work as well as it does. We need to hide the cut though. This brain has been sawed in half. So, can't have that in our living brain. So, yeah, we need to patch it together, as one does. Getting real mad scientist vibes today, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, a little chunk here. I think that hides the cut quite well. You covered in soy sauce. You have a soy sauce accident. Happens to the best of us. Oh, back on that JPEG. Walking shame. Now for the spine, I'm sorry, kitty. This might be a cleaner one to use. This one is a bit more gnarly though. Or gnarlier, I should say. Let me just get this whole bit. Good old spine. It's gonna need a lot of editing because the angle is definitely different, but you know, there's not that many spine pictures online, believe it or not. So take what you can get. Saw the movie Conclave today. Really topical because the Pope died, but it's actually very good. Like, I didn't know quite what to expect. Don't know if I'd like it, seeing it's a movie about priest drama, but it's very well made, so beautifully shot, and such good acting. I highly recommend it. And also, the priest drama does get really good. There's some juicy tea in there. The cast is so good, right? Like, when they start presenting the characters, Vegeta is just like pointing at the screen like, I know that one. Really good actors. Okay, that's basically all we can get in terms of spine. Maybe able to get the brain sort of insertion here, even though we probably won't use it, but that way we get to maybe like blend them together. Turtle, the turtle is great. Also, I could just tell that the cinematographers and the director were just having so much fun just setting up really cool shots of guys in red robes against different backgrounds, and they were all chef's kiss. So good. Like half the shots in this movie are just like beautifully like symmetric shots of a bunch of guys in white robes walking around or standing around and gossiping. and I'm here for every second of that. Okay, let's see what we can do with this thing. Also, wait, before turning it into a smart object, let's not be silly. Let's actually make it as big as possible. Shwoop. Okay. Now we turn it into a smart object, which will lock in this size as the maximum. When I watch, I think you thought the Black Priest is conservative, no shots, and the Pope died in real life, and the Black Priest is actually conservative. Wait, did the same happen in real life? I feel like there's a lot of like really fundamentalist type Christians in Africa, unfortunately. Of the like really homophobic type. Who are are you guys caught up on Pope T, the actual one, not in the movie? What's the scene looking like? Who are the most popular candidates? I need to look into it. After watching this movie, I kind of want more Pope T. The only thing I've heard is that there's like a conservative bloc that did not like Francis for obvious reasons, and they're trying to like, you know, band together and try to get like a way more conservative pope in power, which I hope that doesn't happen. You know, I was raised Catholic. I'm not very much not Catholic anymore, not a Christian. But I really liked Francis. Like he spoke very well. He was just like so compassionate and kind. Like I feel like he represented like the good values that Christianity ought to have. And yeah, I bet they're gonna elect like a super conservative pope next as a reaction. Because he was like, oh, we should help people in Palestine. And I feel like a lot of Catholics don't like that. But yeah, I'm chill with Francis. I think it was, you know, not perfect, but overall good. Within the framework of the Catholic Church. Hope we get another Pope Francis. I really hope so. He did some good reforms. One of the wildest ones I found out about is that he was the one to officially uh, upgrade. Hold on, how do you call this one in English? Yeah, Mary Magdalene, which was a huge like it's an important figure in the Bible, and honestly, if it were not for sexism, she would be an apostle, and Francis was the one who like declared her an apostle, which is like honestly honestly pretty huge. Because up to like very recently in history, she was considered to be a sex worker, which is never mentioned in the Bible. That was just sort of something they came up with much later as like semi slander or something. I don't know. Just priests in medieval times say like, oh, it was a woman that Jesus helped and became one of his biggest followers. She must have been a sex worker. Crazy stuff. And and yeah, that poor saint has gone through so much slander. Right, I agree, Snow. Like okay, within Catholicism, which again do not subscribe to personally, but I was raised in a Jesuit school, and Francis was a Jesuit, and we had the older like generation of priests that we had in our school. They were your typical like conservative priests, um, but the younger ones were like actually like pretty based, which people don't tend to expect from like priests and hardcore Christians. Yeah, very left leaning and based takes on one of them who was a history teacher too. So good influence, honestly. Like just told it like it was. Didn't mince history. I like the guy. He was good. One of the few good teachers that I remember. I think he actually retired from teaching like some years after I left school. He's doing something else now. I don't know. Somebody showed me his Instagram profile like uh, earlier this year. I was like, oh, I remember that guy. Yeah, honestly, surprisingly, like a lot of people see religion as this like conservative monolith. There are there's a way more variety of opinions than a lot of folks expect. Especially, I feel like folks in the U.S., which in the U.S. the dominant streaks of Christianity are really toxic. Well, they feel like that to me from the outsider's view. Even like like not even like mega church type pastors. Most Catholics as well. Like I believe U.S. Catholics were a lot of the ones who really hated Pope Francis. For such things as saying gay people go to heaven. Incredible take. Okay, I'm liking how this is coming together so far. I think maybe the spine needs to be a little bigger. But for now, I'm just gonna do the cuts as is, and then we'll adjust. Nervous system a little more scary than skeleton. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like a weird jellyfish. I dig that. Hey, duck. We're talking about our favorite Pope picks. So, tell me right now, without looking up, who's your favorite Pope contender? You gotta know, right? Everybody has their Pope pick. So part of it that's going to be covered by the face or the head. So we don't really need to do that. I gotta be efficient. By which I mean lazy. Palpatine will get the vote. Markiplier? Sure. I'll vote for Markiplier. I mean, I would if I were a cardinal. That's probably fairly easy to get to. Could probably get to cardinal in like a few weeks. Make it to the conclave real quick. Me the Pope? Hell no. I would scare Christians real bad. Got on the Patreon? Hell yeah. Thank you, Duck. There's one issue I don't have Photoshop. There are ways that I can't say on stream. You know that one pope that dug up the grave of another pope? Yeah, right. There was, what was the story? They dug him up to judge him after death. Was it something like that? I forget now. Formosus? That is a dope name. Okay, if I get elected pope, I will choose Formosus II. Pretty epic name. Okay, I need to get the proportions of this good, like right. So, let me just look at a real dissection of the entire nervous system. Like this. Hello. Yeah, that will... Imagine how hard it must be to do this. Like, you can't just pull out the nerves. You got to dissect everything around them, and the nerves are quite hard to, like, individually select. So, pretty wild that someone was able to do that. Honestly, be so many hours of work. It's illegal for Pope to name himself Pope Jesus II. Honestly, that would be incredible. I hope someone does it. Pope Jesus II. Okay, I think the spine needs to be bigger. We should grow that spine. It gets a little less like serpentine shape as we make it bigger, but this proportion looks better. I'm gonna do something. Just gonna turn this into a smart object once again. It's like nested smart objects at this point, but it allows me to take this as is and move it around. See where we put all of this. Yeah, maybe a more serpentine motion like this might be better. Is GIMP a good alternative? I would not recommend GIMP. It's very, very, very clunky. It can do a lot of the things that Photoshop does, but just like slower and worse. Stephen VI had Formosus' corpse exhumed and brought to the papal court for judgment. He accused Formosus of perjury, of having acceded to the papacy illegally, and illegally presiding over more than one diocese at the same time. I love that. I imagine the guy just pointing at this like skeleton, accusing him of crimes. Where do you get the reference and pictures for body parts? Don't search things on Google. If you plan to use it in any way, commercial, and commercial includes like posting this to a social media account where you then do commissions or anything, or you're planning on doing that in the future, don't just use any image. So Google Images, it's a good place to like maybe find a reference, but not for actual images to use in PhotoManip. There is a list I can share with you. This document right there has a big list of sources that I use to find images. Specifically for body stuff, I tend to prefer Wikimedia. Wikimedia has some good stuff. The altar boy was responding for him. That's so funny. Imagine having to be the defense lawyer for a dead pope on a mock trial. It's just incredible. Okay, we're gonna need longer nerves, right? But for now, we're figuring out how this works, where everything goes. Photo P is okay on the pinch, like if you got nothing else. It's on the browser, it's free, so you know. Pretty useful in that regard. I'd say, honestly, at this point, if you want a good Photoshop alternative that you only need to pay for once, I recommend Affinity. It's like, I'll recall, like 40, 50 bucks. It's pretty cheap and you get it forever. So you get a license to the program. You may have to pay to get like the big upgrades, but other than that, it's a license you get to keep forever, not a subscription. So that's a really good one. Otherwise, again, there are ways to get Photoshop. The worst way to get those photos is to take it by yourself. I could feasibly take some anatomical photos by myself. By having studied medicine, by virtue of being a doctor, I could call up the local university for medicine, and they have a dissection floor, like a dissection area, and I could just ask them, can I attend one of the dissections? I'm sure they would be fine with that.
I human yet myself and ended up falling asleep before the stream started, but I'll bed and head if I'm not here in spirit. Happy time zone, whatever you are. The hamster is here in a sleepy spirit.
Thank you so much for the resub, Hammy. And it's okay, you made it in sleepy spirits. That's what counts. In the Wikipedia page, there's a painting. I think I've seen that painting, yes. Yeah. It's so good. Just accusatory finger pointing at the very dead guy. Yeah, like, I could technically go to the university and ask, like, hey, can I attend a dissection for research? But I would feel a little weird about it. But it's definitely like surgeons do it all the time. My partner, I don't think she's done it yet, but she's planned on doing it.
Goddamn brains going around without a lease. There ought to be a law about that. Where's this brains owner? Someone bring this thing back where it belongs.
Don't worry, don't worry. The owner's right here. I mean, that's a sketch, but it's gonna be there. And it really, thinking about it, the owner is the brain. It's just the meat vessel for it. So the brain is fine on its own for about 5 minutes until it loses all the oxygen and just collapses. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. It's fine. Okay. So we got the general shape down. Checking out my own sketch, which is the correct one. Okay, this one's the correct sketch. Angle-wise, more or less did that. Kind of went a bit different on the spine, because I like that it's like slightly, not the spine, the spinal cord. I like that it's slightly lifted up by the nerves, like it's a centipede undulating like that. Or millipede. Millipedes undulates. I forget which one did which. Soak your brain into a bathtub for a bit. Bet that would feel good. And tub a monster. Okay. This one is not the perfect angle with this one, but I just like the shape a lot more. So that's a better one to base it off of. try some other curves just to see what feels better. More exaggerated curve like that is fun too. Maybe. Yeah, it's more dynamic for sure. It's starting to feel like a centipede. I have to catch next stream. Are you going, Duck? I want to be able to have my social media bio say I dissect people in art and IRL. Oda asks, what tip would you give to generate horror in the spectator, in the audience of my work? How to inspire horror? That's hard. I honestly just do things that I find creepy. Or in a lot of cases, just stuff that I find interesting. Like a lot of stuff I do, I don't really find it creepy myself. I know that other people probably will, but I'm very desensitized myself. So I sometimes don't quite know what reaction people will have. I don't know if, you know, people will see something like this and they'll be like, oh, it's interesting. It's a weird concept. It's a fun concept, which is what I think, right? Or if they'll go like, oh, this is creepy as hell. Or some mix in between. Like, I bet it'll be different for each person. But a good start is find the concepts that scare you the most and then try to do stuff that would scare you. Even though just through making the work, you will desensitize yourself to it and it won't scare you, but think of a concept that at least at its base scares you. For example, for me, one of my primal fears is like loss of control, like things controlling you, not having full control of your own body, that sort of thing. That is really exemplified by parasites. Parasites like hitch a ride in your body and they can affect you in different ways, and they're like uninvited guests that are taking advantage of your own body. And I find that really creepy at a very primal, deep level. You showed me, according to your mom, I love you. Your mom is the expert. Everything I do is horrifying, especially teeth weevils. I love it. A good teeth weevil. Okay, it's slightly wonky there, but if it works, it works. Now, we need nerves. I do agree with Snow. That's a really good tip. Yeah, leaving enough to people's imaginations will always help, because whatever people can imagine, it's always going to be scarier than anything you can do, because your imagination will try to scare you specifically with the worst thing it can think of, which will be personalized and different for each person. So it's letting imagination do a lot of the work is, I think really helps the horror. which can work through doing things like leaving little things implied. Let's say, for example, in the let me find that piece. In the Parastoid Wasp piece, you can only see this, like that's the image you get. The text, though, it implies that, you know, this thing has been eating your brain slowly, and this stage is when it's, you know, it's finished in your brain, it is molting, it is in its pupil, finishing its pupil stage, and it's gonna burst out. Like, it's ready to leave now. And you just leave that to the imagination. Like, what's gonna happen? How the hell is this thing gonna get out? And what's the effect that's gonna cause? Think about it. I don't know if my work is actually scary or interesting. You know, the important thing, first and foremost, is that it's scary or interesting or beautiful or anything you want to inspire yourself. That's you have to be your first and most ardent fan. So you gotta make stuff for yourself first, and then, you know, other people who see it, social media, that whole thing, that's second. That's not, that shouldn't be the focus. Otherwise, you'll just go crazy trying to please people, and that's just not an enjoyable way to make art. Okay, so far, so good. I'm glad that we found actual samples of tissue and not like models, because models will never be grimy enough, will never be wet enough. They're not real. And trying to evocate that would have been real hard. Think in a semiotics way, try to think about indication. After you show your image to the world, the interpretation does not depend on you anymore. Yeah, exactly. Like, people will take your work and interpret it through their own lens. Yeah, but at that point, the prep work has surpassed the edit work, so... You know, and things like Photoshop, you can always exchange actual editing work, like the time you spent doing things like what I'm doing right now, with prep work. There are many really talented photographers who do like edits like this and aren't really that amazing at Photoshop, but that's because what they do isn't like, most of their work is outside of Photoshop, where they're like spending a lot of effort capturing every picture with the same lighting, same angle. You're essentially like pre-gaming your editing like in the real world, and then when you put it into Photoshop, you only have to like fit them together and cut the edges, and that's essentially the whole job. So you can always substitute edit work with prep work. And there's no better way of doing anything. It is Simply different ways of achieving similar results. Twiggy, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Fake Tarantino account. How was your stream, Twiggy? Okay, we're gonna need longer nerves. And I'm trying to think like where the texture could come from. Honestly, we could reuse the spine. On this one. Let's go back to the OG we used. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is find a good area that has some like little threads like these. I'm gonna cut that out. Bad pulse today. Okay. Thanks, Bill. Okay, let's see what that might look like on its own. Yeah, it feels like a little bundle of nerves. But I feel like a lot of them would unspool like this as they leave the body and flail around. So I dig that. Okay, so we're turning that into a smart object, making a few copies of it, and we're gonna start applying it applying it in different places. So first, place it, then we take it, we warp it. We move it, and we repeat the same process for each of these. Like, I don't want to have every single nerve represented here. I want to have a few of them that are cut pretty short. Because as this thing like tears itself off from the body, it would definitely like damage itself a bunch. And really, if it were like fully realistic, I don't think like any nerve would have survived. They would probably all be cut like really short. Because they would tear way faster than like the force needed to tear the nerve is way lower than what you would need to like tear the nerve apart from everything. Lilith, thank you so much for the gift sub. Bill and Joy. Hi, Soup. How you doing? feel like these nerves are a little short. Maybe we need some longer ones as well. But, you know, so far let's add these. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's make another longer one. Maybe for here. Okay, not that long. Maybe like this. Those are gonna lose their mind when they know it is. We'll see. This thing's supposed to have eyes. I mean, this thing is the eyes. In part, this creature is the entire nervous system, which includes the eyes. Eyes are technically just like an outgrowth from the brain. Most of them, at least, like up to the retina. The anterior part of the eye, so the one in the front, is not like nervous tissue, but the backside is basically like modified nervous tissue. Highly specialized, but still. I guess let me retread the concepts of what we're doing here. The idea is there's this weird, very fringe theory in neuroscience that says that the brain is not fully, you know, part of us, but essentially like an ancient parasite that has taken over the body of every animal with a spine. Like all vertebrates are descendants of this weird parasites. That's basically controlling the body and taking a bunch of resources for itself and setting itself apart from the immune system and little things like that that make it feel like fairly separate from the body in a lot of instances. Which, you know, is definitely not real. And I don't think any scientist, that real scientist, like, seriously believes in this, but it's just a fun theory. We like a fun theory. Technically, this thing has those plastic glasses with the dangly eyeballs. We go wooga glasses, yes. The brain is the powerhouse of the consciousness, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Michi. The chloroplasts and the mitochondria are both like ancient parasites.
Awoga.
Whoa. Great job, TTS lady. We love you. You're doing great. We are proud. You can use sapling roots. That'll be fun. No, we're going fully realistic. Like, it's just a nervous system. we're not adding any like speculative biology elements to it. We're fully pretending that this is a real world and this is a real theory that's serious. And that to prove it, we're showing this picture, which is a brain through some sort of ancient reflex attempting to escape the body. Not the brain, but the nervous system. Attempting to flail out when taken out of the body. And it just flops around for a bit and dies because it needs the blood flow, but it's just, oh, maybe this crank theory was correct, is kind of the vibe we're going for. How long would you say it takes you to finalize, perfect an idea that you like? From idea to actually doing it, I mean, a lot of it is just finding the time. I'll note down an idea, and sometimes it'll take me like actual years to actually get to making it. And yeah, it depends on a lot of things. Like, you know, if I can technically have an idea and I'll just do it tomorrow, and I've done that on occasion. Like the ghost buckeyes, the butterflies, they were like, I had the idea for them like the day before. I was like, actually, I can't. The specific idea I had the day before, although I had a note on my phone that said something very simple like scary butterfly for a long time, but you know, kind of the specific idea crystallized one day and I just made it on the next one. But a lot of my ideas are just spit some drinking water over my mic. A lot of my ideas are things that I've been running in my brain for up to years. So yes, all my art is 100% real and factual. I'm just retouching these images so they look nice. Don't get it wrong. No, I'm not making anything up. I wouldn't lie on the internet. That would be crazy. Okay, so we got... Where is it? Here. First tendril on the other side. We should have a few nerves going off to the left as well. But yeah, I'll just do those manually. So I'll remove the puppet warp, have that here, remove the mask. Oh, weird. Okay. Rotate that a little. Maybe another small one, just like that. On that side. Maybe like back here. Like so. Okay, wondering if I should add any more. And am I getting the proportions right? The brain still feels a little too big. And I don't know if that's just like me miscalculating the vibes, but you know, yeah, considering the thickness of the spinal cord here, I feel like the brain should be a little smaller or the spinal cord bigger, but considering that, you know, I kind of have a good setup that I like for the cord, I would prefer making the brain a little smaller in this case. Okay, I'm gonna also take all of these nerves back. That's the cord. And where's the brain? Oh, here. That feels a little better. I also feel like, you know, technically the spinal cord would enter like down here. But just to give it like a more interesting shape or pose, whatever you want to call that, I might push it down a little. So it feels like more hunched down like that. Okay, main elements. I think we're missing the eyes and then the floor, like all the water on the floor. And then we need to blur all the area in the front here. Oh, and the face, obviously. I might leave that for the end. Okay, the eyes. That might actually be quite hard. But let me go to Wikimedia, and I'm gonna have to search for this one without showing you, because Wikimedia and anatomical things bit dangerous. A dissection, maybe. I do have a dissection of an eye, but it is... What I want is an image where we're looking at the back of the eye. It's kind of the optical nerve. And how it connects to the eye itself. But I think no lock on Wikimedia that I can see. Shame. But I guess I can use the one from the front as a sort of base, because it'll at least give us the eyeball. So let's give that a try. Show you eye dissection. It's an animal eye, but it's pretty close looking to close to a human. I don't know which animal it might be. I mean, we could have the eye kind of just flopping on the side, because I don't think this thing would have the strength to like keep its eyes on the front, so they would probably just like flop around just like the nerves. So maybe it's like here. It doesn't look half bad. I'll make it darker like this, but other than that, googly eyes detected. Oh yeah, we got googly eyes in this picture that someone's redeemed. Why is this? Okay, hold on. There we go. We gotta still find a place for them. Where are they? Did they? Yeah, they got lost somewhere. Oh, there they are. I mean, tricked you. You thought it was gonna be on the brain, but it was sentient medical equipment. The ice dragon on the floor looks, yeah, it would definitely be painful. Although, I guess, like, the nervous system itself, it doesn't have pain receptors. If you... the surface of the eye does, so the eye part would definitely hurt. But the brain itself, you could stab a knife on that brain right there. Obviously, this one is out of the body, but if you do surgery, you only, on the brain, you only really need to do the anesthesia for the entry to the brain. So for like the skin and the bone, etc. So you only need to do really local anesthesia, and you can have the patient like awake during surgery because you don't have pain receptors in the brain itself. So the brain doesn't feel like any surgery. It's not really something you notice. Like headaches, what we feel like it feels like they happen in the brain, but they actually just happen in like the surface of the brain, which has like on the outside, not on the actual brain itself, which would be this tissue, but like this outside tissue, which is sort of like a film that covers the brain, does have pain receptors, and that's what causes headaches. Headache is not in the brain. Nope. Brain cannot feel pain. Yeah, it's the meninges. How do you say that in English? Yeah, I guess meninges or meninx. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, those are those like tissues on the surface of the brain, and that's what feels the actual pain of headaches. Or in the mouth, also in the muscles outside of the skin, yeah, so it says. That's another type of headache. It's a thing meningitis attacks, yes. That is the stuff. Yeah, a lot of headaches are local stuff of the, like, the outside, just the skin around your head. As much as it feels like it's inside, sometimes it isn't. Many times it isn't. Okay. We have the brain, we have the eye. Now we need to figure out this big shadow, which would be the head of the person it's escaping. So I feel like we don't have to see like where it escaped. We just need like a dead looking person. I don't have any specifics other than like maybe if they're lying down, it's probably better. Obviously not looking happy or anything. Neutral poses. And if we go for like eyes open, we could have like the inside of the eye missing. So it's, you know, the actual eye is gone with the brain. So, or we could have the eyes closed. Or honestly, it's such a small corner that we may not even have space for the eye. Maybe a photo of someone sleeping. This guy. You. You have been chosen. Let's test this. I don't know what's going on with this hand. Just kind of in the foreground. Looks a bit peaceful. Obviously, there's a couple important things. First of all, this guy would be blurry as hell. And also darker. The brain cling wrap. I love that. It's gotta be someone who's not like peacefully sleeping. Need to be dead. Okay, you. You have been chosen. Okay, let's see. That should do for selection. And honestly, something like this might work. But yeah, we gotta do the same thing we did for the other one, which is this. Maybe not as dark, because it was originally a darker image. Although the color is very yellowish. You know, I feel like might be good to crop down the image. There's too much ceiling in this image, right? Yeah. For sure. Okay. Okay, where are you sleeping, guy? Here. This needs, maybe instead of hue saturation, let me do a curves layer. Let me start with some automatic things. Does not work well. Okay. So increase the blues in this image in general. Reduce the greens a little. Whoa, just a touch. Gives us a better, much better color to match the rest of the image. Yeah, we gotta change the lighting a bit, so it's the side of the face that's being lit from above right there. We don't really get a good look at this guy's eyes, but you know, they don't exist anyway. They've been pulled out, so they would be like the actual like eyelids would just be pulled in. Oh, good time zone, Alex. Thank you for chatting. Change the lighting a lot here, but Amish, thank you so much for the follow. And welcome. You know what I feel about the eye? It's like maybe a bit too goofy. This eye. I'm not sure. What do y'all think? Maybe if I make it look like it's pointing. Let me find a good spot for this, but yeah, just make it look like it's not pointing at us. Might make it a little less goofy. Yeah, it's a bit googly eye. Okay, so I'm just using other eye textures to sort of fill this in. Try to make that into a more directionless eyeball. It's just pointing in the other direction. We don't need to know. It's less goofy. It's definitely less goofy. Like, I feel like this is a bit too goofy. What do you guys feel? It almost looks like it. A little bit. I'm not sure. It's like, I get what you mean. It's like looking at the viewer, and it looks like a little bit scared or something, but it's also a little goofy. I'm not sure. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. It's in the maybe pile. That's it. I think that's all the main elements. So now we can do something. We can try to put everything together and just see what it looks like. Oh yeah, wait. Reflections and wetness. Okay. Nearly forgot about those two important things. Reflections, first of all. We just make a brain copy and flip it. It's gonna need a little warping. And then, let's see. That'll be the best reflection. Let me just darken in like a multiply. Or something a bit softer, like a soft light. In any case, it needs to be quite blurry. Probably desaturated so it matches the floor color. And then a little bit of that. And we might have another like multiply version underneath. That's like very soft, but helps like define the reflection. And we can do the same thing for the eye. And for the spine, it's just going to be more for shadow. Actually, yeah, I'm going to flip it. I did it accidentally, but flipping always helps. It's a great trick to notice errors you hadn't seen. Okay, so I take a copy of the eye, flip it. I'm going to put this in the reflection layer right underneath the others. It's also going to get a soft light. It's going to get deleted there, and then a blur. Streams down. Again, what's going on with streams these days? It feels like this happens every stream. Okay, let's see. Let me see on my end. Should come back momentarily. if it's no... Oh, streams off for everyone else. Okay, so it's on Bill's end. Got scared because it's been happening a lot. Like, it's been happening nearly every stream, which is very annoying. Might want to try reloading Bill. Oh, I guess Bill can't hear me, so... Hope they figure it out. Hey, you made it back. There's a few reflections I'm trying to remove off this brain to sort of match the lighting that we got on the screen. Let's see. Yeah, we need to take the spinal cord and all the nerves around it. So that's going to be these layers. I'm going to call it cord all. I'm going to copy it and just make a simple copy of this layer of this group as a single layer. That wasn't your end, Bill. Everyone else was could see the stream fine. I want to get the shadow as well. Okay, that's the whole thing with the shadow. Okay, now it blurs. The whole thing blurs. So I essentially need to blur it first here and then slowly unblur there, which I think is going to be achieved by one of the blur galleries. Tilt shift. Tilt shift will probably do the trick. We just need to rotate everything correctly. And by messing with this, I can essentially change how strong that is. So I basically want it to slowly go from pretty well focused up to kind of hard to distinguish. So let's see how much blur we need for this bit. Okay, let's try to fade that in a bit more. What is the... oh, that just changes the blur. Okay. Okay, Maxwell. Have a good sleep. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's hit okay here. I think we essentially need to make these blurred parts like darker for the most part. Even though, you know, technically they are in the lights, but I feel like they would make that sort of contrast. It just feels more right. And sometimes you gotta go by feel. I'm also gonna generally darken this part of the floor with a bit of desaturation in there as well. Like so. It's a face above. Yeah. Okay, other things I would like to add. So we're gonna start taking little chunks of this chord without the blur gallery here and giving them like different movement blurs essentially. So like I want to take this for example and maybe this, all the larger like tendrils. And we are going to take them into the blur gallery and do path blur. So hopefully I can make it feel like it's just sort of blurs towards the end like this. It's not perfect, but let me try with this one. So we're going to go again into path blur. And if I do this, I feel like that's too strong. I always seem to have more trouble with movement blurs. I guess because I don't use them as much. Or just because making something feel like it's moving it's not that easy. So we're gonna do path blur again. Where is it? Blur gallery. And this is our last tendril of the ones we picked. Thanks, Bill. Okay, it's not doing as much as I would like to. So what if I took the brain with everything and applied movement blur to it as well? So I'm gonna do path blur, even though I can probably do just regular movement blur because it's gonna be mostly in one direction. Also, wait, hold on. Hide the original. And we go again to path blur. There we go. Now we're talking. So maybe adding a little bit of movement blur to this. Help it feel like it's moving. One of your legit phobias, nervous system outside the body. I'm sorry, Siegfried. Hope you're okay watching it. Okay, what if I add that little bit of movement blur to this as well? It feels quite blurry, like overall, but it might be good. Now the eye, you won't get away. The eye gets the exact thing applied to it. Just to keep it consistent, we're also going to go for a path blur, even though it's simple enough that it probably doesn't need to, but can you please? Thank you, Photoshop. It's refusing to move. Sleep well, Siegfried. I am sorry if I cause any nightmares. And also not legally accountable. This, yeah. So it's moving. Gonna reduce the speed slightly on the brain itself. And let me see. Where's the head? Here. I move the head a little bit. Because we don't need that much context for the head. It's probably, okay, hold on. Make it bigger. Then we take everything else. So all of this. Yep. Oh, I guess I caught some layers that I shouldn't. So is there something weird? Oh no, okay, it's just a background that has this line. Okay. What did I catch? This layer? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now if you take this whole group, there we go. That's the whole thing. See, I'll give it a second. There we go. Lots of filters to calculate there. So we can afford to make this a little bigger. It's definitely a possibility. Okay, two more major things. We need wetness on the floor. And I'm trying to think, like, maybe a snail track? No. Okay. This game is snails and tracks. Okay. What could we use in terms of texture for a sort of slimy trail? Searching for just slime will not usually help. Because if anything, we'll find like puddles of slime or textures, but no tracks. Oh, the IRL googly eyes? It's all the ones I got around me, either on my headphones, which are kind of full right now, but also on the background. If you see things with googly eyes on the background, those have been added by folks. Slime trail. What could that look like? Or I mean, it could be a little trail on the water. Like that. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Water can be made into slime. Ish. Okay, the map. Oh, it's too watery. Okay. Let me see if I can find anything else that'll work for us here. I mean, we could start with the little puddle that's like nearer the head. A lot of these are going to be like puddles in the streets. Let's see if I can find a smaller puddle of water, like a close up where you can see the surface tension kind of lift up the edge. All of these are street puddles. Maybe like spill? Like some spilled liquid? Okay, starting to give us better things. Like this wine, for example. Yeah, the Parasite is us. Exactly. And the rest is just like a meat mech that we're piloting, if that makes sense. Thanks for the follow, Vermissary. I don't think you'll find photos of spit or saliva in stock sites. They'll go for anything that might be even mildly gross. Can I do a high pass on this? Nah, doesn't look great. Okay, let's keep looking. A lot of these pictures are like mid-spill, which, I mean, we could use some bit of a splash, but I don't think it would make too much of it. It would mostly just like drag down liquid on the floor, make kind of a mess. Also, I'm looking for like smaller spills because it's not water, it's brain fluid. This thing is a bit thicker than water. So it would pool up in the same way, like, you know, when you look at water up close and the edges are slightly lifted up. Oh, maybe like this? It's a bit splashy, but might be good. The angle seems quite good. And honestly, it's against like a very simple background, which is always in our favor. Oh, splashy like that might be pretty good, actually. We'll see. What How should we add this? Multiply. Maybe hard lights? Yeah, it's messing with the reflections, the real reflections on the floor a bit. But I like that it looks like a splash like this. It's pretty good. Maybe I should make it bigger. Let's see. Oh, that is big. I hate when Photoshop hides you the preview when you're resizing something. It's like, nope, I want to process that right now. Just have to imagine it. For no reason. Okay, that works quite well for spills. And we can go for soft light if we don't want it to be as strong, but I kind of dig a hard light. Okay, what if I took these layers? I'm gonna copy them. Gonna fuse them together. Get the edges right. Again, put them on as hard lights. And then we start blurring in the exact same way we blurred the spinal cord. So we take a tilt shift. Yes. Rotate it slightly, and then we just adjust the blur to the area. So we want it to be real blurry up here next to the camera. And then as it gets further away, it just becomes more and more focus till you get something that's more or less focused. And then we just adjust the amount of blur till we feel like we're happy here. This bit in the corner blurred really strangely, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. Oop, bean position change. Oh, what is he up to? Just lying down like this. Okay. It's reaching out. Okay, it's not really tracks like I envisioned, but I like the spluttery puddles as well. Now we need to figure out a signature, quite important, and then I think we can do some final touches and see if we like what it looks like. You know what? Perfect place for a signature might be right here. Let me give that a try. Where is the signature? Here. Okay, where are we on the Photoshop documents? Let me make sure I know where I'm putting it. Here. Spluttery puddles is what my gastroenterologist calls me. Oh, hi Bean. Hello. Good morning to you. Let's just center it here. It's like a screensaver. Do we maybe invert? Yeah, it's better. Hi, Bean. Love you. Oh, I forgot. Bean cam was... There we go. That's the bean cam. He's licking the mic. That means he loves your chats. Daycare was great. Did you guys see the video of Bean in daycare? If you haven't, you should, and you should comment something strange so the daycare lady gets really confused. But yeah, let me find it for you. The lady at daycare has an Instagram account and she posts videos of the cats. So hold on. Yeah, the one she posted of Bean is... I'm sure the music is gonna mute the stream, but it's GTA music, GTA San Andreas music of Bean sped up in the jungle gym they got there. It's really nice. It's like, you know, it's one lady's apartment, but she has this the entire apartment is covered in these, so the cats are just like up there. Hi Bean. Yes, we're talking about you, about your sped up video. Good guapo eres. So there he goes. There he goes. I love the ending of the video because it's just a sped up Bean just like flailing around. He is so precious. Anyway, I'll send you the link to this. Drop it in the comments. Be nice to the lady. She took care of him. Which is no easy feat because he requires constant attention. We love him for it. Oh, he just saw himself. He's looking at himself. Hold on, I'm playing the video. He is observing. Oh, he's going towards it. That's you, little man. That is you.
Me looking at the brain, look at the go. Me looking at Bean, look at the go.
Yes, Bean, you're looking at yourself. How does that feel? You feel famous? He's looking again. Beanception. Oh, shower time. He knows. He knows. Are you good, Bean? Oh, you still want to watch a bit? Oh, shower. I'll leave the video on for him. He seems to enjoy the love he gets on the internet. Oh, no, there he goes. He got tired. He got tired of the fame. He just wants to retire, go live in a small house where nobody bothers him. Is that right, Bean? You're done with fame. He's so humble. He really is. Okay, so we got a group with everything. Let's call it all. And still not sure about the colors. I don't know if a channel mixer is gonna fix that. Or we take the reds. Oh wait, I should push. These out of that. There we go. So if we go into the channel mixer now. Adjust the colors a little bit. Hi, Bean. I love you too. Do you wanna see how I flip him? You wanna see me flip the bean? I pick him up like this, then I just flip him. The bean. The bean has been flipped. What? 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 And then I can flip him again. He loves being flipped. We love a bean rotation. What do you think, Bean? Want another rotation? Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, so maybe we can put all of this together, see what it looks like. Keep the sketches up here. These are the reference layers. These are the sketches, by the way. 1 and 2. And we do have the sketches on the bottom. Where are they? Oh, right. They are rotated. This was the original sketches. Okay. Now we take everything, we put it into a single layer, you know how we do. And We add our doses of blur, of sharpen. We could overly sharpen this one a bit. Might be funny. Maybe we actually correct for motion blur. So we essentially, we've motion blurred the brain. Does it work if we try to resharpen that? Not really, actually. Very interesting. Okay. Screw that. Just Gaussian blur, please. Right. Hit OK. And we go into this. And here's where we actually get the vibe of the image, as you guys know. This is where the tone of the image gets set right at the very end. Which sucks for people who can't stay to the end of my streams, because they never get to see me do this. But it's one of the most fun parts, because it's where you actually like decide on the colors and all the fun bits. We're gonna make this one pretty grainy, folks. I want this to be like found footage. And the grainy vibe definitely fits. So it's this, some color. What do we do with the color? Do we want to go low saturation? Not fully like black and white, but just it's kind of grayish desaturated tone. Or yeah, maybe we try to find like an interesting like color vibe for this one, which might be green and pink. Not my usual, but it's kind of calling to me right now a little bit. The green lights in medical settings, I think, are really like jarring, and can look good. It's definitely a slimy fella, that's for sure. So yeah, making the lights, the highlights blue-green like that. And then shadows pink. Seeing it, I'm not that convinced on pink shadows. Feels too deliberate. No, Bean, not the Patreon stuff. Oh, you were about to make a mess right there. You really had me for a sec. Little creature, you. Little creature, yes, I love you very much. But you can't do that. Okay, come here. He was trying to steal some of the Patreon rewards. Now he's not even looking at me. In shame. Oh yeah, you kiss me now. To say sorry? Are you saying sorry? Yeah? Will you do it again? Kiss me if you don't want to do it again ever. He refuses to. Okay, I see your intentions, you devilish man. His greed knows no bounds. Rotate him. Fellas, rotate him. You've been rotated for your crimes. For your cat crimes. He likes being rotated. If you ever worry. He loves being picked up in weird ways. He stretches out so long. He's the longest boy perhaps in the entire world. You wanna be rotated again? He's purring. See, I grab him in a weird way, and he just like looks at me and starts purring. Come here. Yeah? Grab you? Rotates. The beast has been captured.
Don't make me hold the bean in a zeta formation. Flip rotation.
Oh, Bean. He comes back. You want more? Okay, you just want shoulders. Okay, shoulders. Can do that. Patreon tier where your reward gets put to the whims of Bean. It revives in whatever resulting condition. You know, I will give you that. If someone subscribes to the Patreon right now, with the next, I will give him one of the cards, and with the next, I will let him do whatever he wants with it, bite it, whatever, and you get a special unique card that has bean damage on it with the next package, which will go on in a few months. So if you do want that, hop onto the Patreon and then let me know in the chats who you are on the Patreon. That way I can track. But it is a promise. Okay, let's go back to Photoshop. Hi, Bean. You're so lovely. What do you guys think of this color scheme? Kind of green, blue, greenish. Gives it a bit of a surreal vibe, but I sort of dig this green tone in a medical setting. Yeah, what do y'all think? Tell me all about it. Love to hear your thoughts on the color and of the piece in general. If there's anything that catches your eye, bothers you, that sort of thing, that's always super helpful to let me know. Because, you know, when you look at something for a few hours, sometimes it's hard to notice, like, simple mistakes, even. Bean, you're purring so hard. Hold on. Chat. Does Bean get a squid bit? His engine. Okay. If all of y'all let me know what you think, give me honest thoughts. Bean gets a squid bit. He gets the reward for your hard work. What do you think, Bean? Is that fair? Since chat is giving you the treats, you gotta work for it, since you're not. You're just working for it with your cuteness. There are species of vertebrates, there's a species of brain parasite. Yeah, it's adapted to each species. It's evolved along with it. Okay, we'll go with this color. It's unorthodox, but I kind of dig it. Now, thank you for your thoughts, chat. Bean, you get a squid bits, as was promised. Are you aware of this? Are you looking down because you're waiting for a squid bit to pop out of the floor? Ooh, I made the whistle and he's excited. Okay. Squid bits. Yes. Your favorite thing in the whole wide world. And now, hold on. Be patient. Patience is a virtue, little bean. And you will get an extra big piece because you're so nice. Mm-hmm. Oh, that one's for me. That one's for you. Ooh. Oh, he likes the spicy dust. Yes. The cat that loves capsaicin. Why does he like spicy stuff? It's crazy to me. Oh, okay. He jumped because he thought he saw the bag on the floor. Wanted to get more. Next one is for me. Also, you slobbered all over my fingers. You think that's normal? my sweater. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a stain of bean spits. Spit all over me. How's for me? Yeah. I also get treats. I'm a grown man. I can get as many treats as I want. I've done a good job. Bean. Come up. Here. Here. Oh, be careful, dude. He's pushing on the mic. He's making a mess. Come on. Up. Ooh, yeah. The good squid bits. You get the dust. Get the dust from the fingers. That's a secret extra treat. It's licking all the spicy dust off my finger. Okay, you can go. He is so excited for these. Like he doesn't get this excited for any of his favorite foods. You see? He'll like literally chase it. It's plastic. Okay, I'm gonna hide it under the table. Can cats taste spicy? Yes. I looked it up. Capsaicin is a molecule that affects all mammals. Capsaicin is actually a molecule that was evolved by peppers to only affect the heat receptors in the mouth of mammals, but not birds. And the reason is, for a plant, it's more advantageous if a bird eats it and then poops it far away than if a
spicy bean.
yes, if a bird eats a seed, right, or the fruit that has a seed in it, and poops the seed very far away, that's more advantageous than a mammal, I mean, eating it and pooping it in the area. So it allows the peppers that have capsaicin to spread much further, and thus it's an advantage in terms of evolution. So yeah, it is specific to the tongues and the receptors, the heat and pain receptors of mammals, but not a bird's. Isn't that right, Bean? You love the spicy. Yeah, tastes good, dude. Bean really has a refined palate for sure. You're allergic to cats? Oh no! I'm sorry, Lilith. It's okay, I can give you untainted cards that have been not licked by Bean. That is also an option. Worry not. Okay, I'm gonna save that as a JPEG. I'm gonna call it done. I'm gonna say I'm happy with it. Oh, Bean, don't. Every time I move my hands, he's going after them because he thinks there's squid bits on them. That's how obsessed he is with that stuff. See? You're obsessed. Bean, no. He loves... Okay, so I have this shortcut thing I use for many Photoshop shortcuts. and he loves this little rotating knob. He keeps attacking it. It's gonna end up breaking it. The craziest hack, yeah, honestly, the best adaptation a plant can have is being tasty to humans, because then the humans spread it all over the world. One of the most successful organisms in existence, single organisms I'm talking, is the Cavendish banana. This banana, if you ever eaten a banana, it's a Cavendish. That's like the breed that's used all over the world. Let's say, except for like, you know, more local breeds, or if you live in Southeast Asia where there's like a ton of different bananas. But if you're in most parts of the world, you've eaten a typical yellow banana, that's a Cavendish. They're seedless bananas, so the only way to spread them is through germination, like taking little bits of the plant, planting them elsewhere. So genetically, every single Cavendish banana is the same individual. This is an individual genetically that is spread all over the damn world and is super numerous. Like, I don't know biomass, how to compare it to like other species of plants, but you can compare the amount of individual banana plants from this one genetic individual, the Cavendish banana. You can compare that to so many species. Like they have more individuals, more trees than entire species with their entire genetic diversity. It's crazy. So I would say that individual is the most successful, probably one of the most successful organisms in history. That would just be a guess. How do you measure successful? It's a very subjective thing.
Apples are the same way. You cannot plant an apple seed and expect it to taste like the parents.
Interesting.
All apple types are clones.
I had no idea. I thought you could plant the seeds. That said, there are many varieties of apple. There's only pretty much one variety of banana that's planted all over the world. So bananas still win. A lot of fun fact intermissions in today's stream. I love fun fact intermissions. You guys know that. Oh, that sucks, Lilith. I'm so sorry. All hail Lord Banana. Yeah, it was one dude named Cavendish, like Lord Cavendish. He was a British guy. Who just liked botany, and he loved just like experimenting with plants in his garden, and he started like crossbreeding bananas to get like a specific banana that he liked, that tasted good, that was seedless, that was easy to grow, and that's, you know, he was like, oh, this one's pretty good. I like this banana tree. I'm gonna send some bits of it to some friends and some other people that I know that are also into botany and plants. And he just sent it to some friends, and they started spreading it around. And like this one guy in his garden created like one of the most widespread genetic organism in history. Crazy. So, I mean, one thing you can chalk to the British. Although it's also dangerous because the fact that the Cavendish banana is a single individual genetically means that it's also really susceptible to disease. If there's a disease that, you know, let's say a fungus or a virus affects this plant, and just by chance, this specific virus was really good at killing this specific genetic individual. If this happens, all Cavendish bananas across the world, they're gonna be gone in a few years. Like the entire breed could be extinct, and we'd have to figure out a new breed of banana to take over Cavendish, and it's already happened. The previous banana breed was Gross Michael, and hi Bean, where are you? The previous banana breed was Gross Michael, and this is exactly what happened to it. There was a plague, wiped out all of Gross Michael all over the world, and that's when Cavendish kind of took over. The British even taught bananas colonialism. It is so true. It's not even the best banana either. I love red bananas. You get those here in the Canary Islands. Canary Islands are the biggest producers of bananas in Europe. Like, they produce the bananas for like 70% of Europe or something like that. So really crazy producer of Europe of bananas, especially for, you know, the landmass. There's a ton of banana plantations here. I've done a tour of a banana plantation. That's why I know so much about bananas for no reason. Bananas are pretty interesting, just botanically. They're weird plants. But there's also like other types of bananas that are being introduced from Southeast Asia, where the banana comes from. There's other varieties that just naturally grew there. And my favorite is the red banana, which it just has this beautiful like dark red skin, and it tastes a little bit like a how do you say, like a berry. It has a slightly berry flavor. It's a different flavor. It's still banana-ish, but it's sort of a little milder, and a little bit of the banana flavor is substituted with like something berry-ish. It's great. I like it. If you ever get the chance, if you ever see like super red, dark red bananas in the store, first of all, make sure it's just not normal rotten bananas. Make sure it says red bananas, but get them. They're quite expensive, but it's good to try like once. I still eat normal Cavendish bananas for my day-to-day. They're very cheap here, so I consume bananas at a feverish pace. It's pretty much the only fruit I eat here. Like local stuff. The Banana Islands. Yep. There's like a little sticker with Canary bananas. That's like well known. Like you'll see it throughout Europe. They're more like grass than actual trees. Sure. I love Weird Explorer on YouTube. He loves trying weird fruits. Yes. I have seen the bananas video. Yeah, it's a fun YouTube channel. It is getting quite late, so I should probably go to bed. How about that? In any case, you've seen this image. I think it came out quite nice. I'll be posting this one of these days. I got backlog. I forgot to post the fractals today, which I was meant to, so I'll try to post them tomorrow, day after. And yeah, if you missed it, here's a quick rundown of the fractals that I'm gonna post soon. Where are they? Where did I put these? Oh, here. Fractal body horror. So that's the one that's coming. I got bean hair in my nose. That's the one that's coming soon, maybe tomorrow. I gotta like, I already got the text kind of written down, but I would like to maybe go over it a couple times. But yeah, that's about it. This will be posted later on, in a few days probably, maybe early next week or something, trying to space things out. It's plan on streaming again this week. Yes, indeed. I stream tomorrow and the day after and Saturday. So stream 3 more days in a row. Tomorrow we're gonna do, I think we're gonna experiment with a little bit more of a writing stream. which I don't know how my brain will deal with that. So I just want to try out, like, can I write something coherent on a stream? As in, like, getting down and maybe doing a first draft or something. We were trying writing a Megalomorpha story. Something fairly achievable. It's not super, super long, but I usually go through many drafts for those, so we'll see. We'll try doing a little Megalomorpha writing sesh. On Friday nights, I want to do something, an idea that I've had bouncing around in my brain for a while, called pathologic pareidolia. Pareidolia is when you see faces where you shouldn't. Like, you know, whenever you see like 2 dots and a line underneath, and like, oh, it's like a little face. You know, your brain is really good at recognizing faces. It's not pathologic. Everybody sees that, right? But I figured it would be fun to do like a version of that where everything you look at looks like a face. And I don't know exactly what the image will look like, but it'll definitely just be a normal scene. And we're going to add faces everywhere where, you know, you can look at every detail of the scene and see faces in it. So I don't know exactly what the base scene will be. It definitely has to be something busy feeling. So we can just add a bunch of face-looking patterns everywhere. But yeah, pathologic pareidolia, basically. You see faces everywhere to a point where that's basically the only thing you're seeing. We'll see if we can achieve that. It's a bit of a more conceptual idea, a bit harder. And, you know, it would also not be like a real photo. It would be like an artistic representation of it, because you can't take a photo of what a person is perceiving. Kind of like the eye floaters that we did recently, in the same vein, where it's not meant to be a real photo. It's just like, that's what it would look like. Yeah, that's what we're gonna try on Friday. Again, everything's subject to change. I got a pretty busy week, so I might move streams around. I might have to postpone, cancel some streams, depending. We'll see. If I manage my time well, hopefully not. And Saturday night, we're gonna play the Dredge DLC, which I haven't played yet. So we're just gonna do some fishing. If you don't know, Dredge is an indie game about fishing, and there's monsters. Horror fishing game, basically. And yeah, I played through the main game when it came out. It's been a while. There's been a few DLCs and free updates that have popped out since launch, so it's like some contents to dig into. But yeah, that'll be on Saturday. Hopefully, we'll see. Anything's subject to change, so we'll see as we go through the week. Let's see how it treats us. But yeah, y'all, thank you so much. We will be back tomorrow, if all goes well, with maybe some little bit of writing. Maybe if I don't feel like I'm concentrating too much on the writing, we can do some images, which I know I will. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see as we go. We'll feel our way through it. Folks, thank you once again so much. I will see you tomorrow. Till then, have a great time zone.